Just now the monks coming in. Supposed to. Good morning, everybody. May I have your attention, please? Thank you very much. My name is Philip Moy. I'm the MC for today. What's going to happen is when the minister and the entourage comes in, I will ask you all to rise to welcome them and then remain standing because we are going to have the Negara Ku and the Malacca state anthem. Okay, right? But now I'm told that if you can move towards the center and fill the center seats, because we're going to have a big photograph session at 10:15 with the minister. So they want the middle to be all filled up. So if you can, could you please move? Because otherwise, very hard for you to move. Huh? If you can just fill up the center aisle, yeah, and then, okay. Yeah, especially all the back seats, if you can, they will guide you. Yeah, they will guide you. If it's possible. Yeah, so be less movement afterwards. Okay, so when we take the photograph with the minister, we are all expected to stand and then try to get into the middle as much as we can. They're going to take a mega shot. Okay, so that's what's going to happen. Okay, thank you very much. Everyone, please take a seat. We're going to begin in 1 minute. Okay. Okay. Gentlemen, please rise to welcome the honorable distinguished guests. Please be patient. The minister is on the way. Let's all give a big hand to welcome the Honorable Minister and distinguished guests. Please remain standing for the Malaysian national anthem, followed by the Malacca state anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. A very good morning, Yang Berhormat Dato' Aaron Ago Dagang, Minister of National Unity, Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Sobri bin Mat Daud, Setiausaha Dasar dan Perancangan Strategik, Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Kamal Onaya Kamarul Zaman of the International Islam, respected members of the Mahasangha and religious leaders of various faiths, Yang Berusaha, Madam Alice Wong, Board of Governor Chairman and Director of Malaysian Hans, Song Polan, Principal and CEO, our new host, Yang Berusaha, Brother Alex Yap and Sister Lo Pailing, co-chairpersons of the Second International Interfaith Peace and Harmony Forum of 2026. Yang Berusaha, respected officials from the Ministry of National Unity and Jabatan Perpaduan Negara dan to the esteemed moderators and our distinguished panelists, respected ahli harmony, distinguished guests and representatives, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning and welcome to the opening ceremony of the Second International Interfaith Peace and Harmony Forum of 2026. This forum is jointly organized by the Ministry of National Unity, the Pure Land Society, and the Buddhist Mission. Our event today has two parts. We will have the official opening and keynote addresses, and we get to hear an interactive dialogue session between interfaith leaders who are in our presence this morning. And in the afternoon at 2 p.m., there will be a moderated forum for the youth in the 6 Harmony classrooms after lunch. Now, let me introduce our host, Madam Alice Wong, Chairman, Board of Governors, Executive Director, for her welcoming address. This address will be read on behalf by Madam Song Polan, CEO and Principal, and followed by a commemorative video of our founder, Master Chin Kung. Madam Song.
Dear Honorable Yang Berhormat Dato' Aaron Agung Dagang, Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Sobri bin Mat Daud. So thank you very much for coming. And also to all our faith and community leaders, dear friends, selamat pagi dan salam madani. A very warm greetings from Malaysian Han Studies, and on behalf of Madam Alice Wong, our most beloved patron of our entire institution. As the host of IIPHF, the second 2026, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to each of you for coming together in support of this noble cause. At a time of great uncertainty in our region, your presence here is a timely and powerful reminder that peace is possible and that we stand united in our shared aspiration to build a better world for our children and for ourselves. The Academy of Malaysian Han Studies, founded by our late Venerable Master Chin Kung, moved to the new campus by now in its 10th year. Over this decade, it has made tremendous contributions to the study of Confucianism, ethics, values, and family well-being, and has left an impact on promoting peace, social cohesion, and intercultural understanding across our region. Our late Venerable Master Chin Kung dedicated his life to promoting global religious unity, multicultural education, and world peace. His groundbreaking interfaith work spanned several decades and continents, marked by a number of significant milestones. In Singapore, during the late 1990s, he successfully brought together leaders from the nation's 9 major to pioneer collaborative charity work and cross-religious dialogues. He later expanded this vision to Australia, establishing the Pure Land Learning College to transform the city of Toowoomba into a model multi-faith community, and partnered with the University of Wales Kingdom to advance multi-faith academic studies. Internationally, his efforts culminated in landmark presentations at UNESCO headquarters in Paris, where he consistently advocated that lasting world peace could be achieved when religious leaders serve as moral role models and take the time to deeply study one another's sacred texts. But even in the smallest moments, a gathering of 2 or 3 people sharing a meal, we are already contributing to the well-being of our society. Together, we can do so much more. To quote our Prime Minister, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim, our strength as a nation lies in our unity of heart, unity of purpose, and collective resolve to preserve harmony and stability. These words capture exactly what we are striving to build, and we believe the Ministry of Unity is firmly behind this work, and each of us has a part to play. Thank you very much. From Alice Wong, the Executive Director of Malaysian Han Study. Terima kasih. 谢谢大家。阿弥陀佛。
Thank you, Principal Song, on behalf of Madam Alice Wong. You will now have the commemorative video. Thank you to Master Chin Kong for laying the path of Malaysian Han studies as what we have today. Thank you very much. Now it gives me great pleasure to invite our guest of honor, Yang Berhormat Dato' Aaron Agodang, Minister of National Unity of Malaysia, for his opening address and his Interfaith Peace and Harmony Forum of 2026. Yang Berhormat.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Good morning, salam sejahtera, salam perpaduan to all present here this morning. I'm pleased also to welcome participants from other parts of the country who are participating with us, Singapore, Australia, Indonesia. Thank you. Brunei also. Yang Besar Encik Muhammad Sobri, our Timbalan KSU, Ministry of Unity, respected members of the Mahasangha, reverends, and religious leaders of various faiths, Bahagia Profesor Tokama, Punya Kebersamaan Department of Usuluddin ataupun IIUN from the International Islamic University Malaysia, Yang Besar respected officers from the Ministry of National Unity or Jabatan Pembuduan Negara dan Integrasi, Yang Besar Madam Alice Wong, the Board of Governor Chairman and Director of the Malaysian Han Studies, Yang Besar Brother Eric Sharp, my sister-in-law, Eiling, the co-chairpersons of this Interfaith Forum, the esteemed moderators, our distinguished panelists, respected Ali Harmony, leaders and representatives of various religious bodies, NGOs, ladies and gentlemen. Now, brings together practitioners, academics, government agencies, law NGOs from countries like Singapore, Indonesia, and Australia, as well, of course, students from the local higher education institutions. And of course, your presence here reflects a shared commitment to this dialogue, to the understanding and peace building across borders and villages. And the theme of this year's forum, as you can see, human flourishing, focusing on individual and global community, deepening the bonds and unified action for sustainable social peace and harmony. So this is both timely. Deep peace must be actively built in and also renewed through trust, through cooperation, and as well through self-responsibility among each and individual of us, communities, and the nations as well. And ladies and gentlemen, social peace is not simply the absence of violence or conflicts. It is the deeper conditions of society where trust exists between individuals and community, where differences are managed fairly, and where people feel a shared sense of security, of dignity, and of belonging within the same social fabric. In this sense, social peace is closely aligned with the aspirations reflected in the United Nations Declaration on Culture of Peace, which calls for values such as respect, human rights, non-violence, tolerance, dialogue, understanding as the foundations of peaceful existence. Yet, we must also ask honestly, what causes society to lose peace and harmony? Now, history shows fracture, where divisions are deepened, managed, whether along ethnic lines, along religious issues, regional conflicts, or ideological lines. We have seen part when identity becomes a tool exclusion rather than a bridge of unity. I think a very good example would be in many years ago, we have countries like Yugoslavia broken down because of religious and ethnic divisions. From one country, it broke down to 7 countries now. We know what happened in Rwanda, in Sudan. This is because of faith, because of ethnicity, and of course, genocide coming in. And in this present era, the challenges are even more complex. We are living in what many describe as a time of brutality, of uncertainty, of complexity and ambiguity. And global crises no longer occur in isolation. They are interconnected. They are fast-moving and often amplified by digital ecosystems. And polarization, misinformation, and echo chambers are reshaping how people perceive each other. Increasingly, we are also recognizing the importance of the role religion which continues to play as a source of peace, moral guidance, and across many contexts and traditions, faith, communities, and religious leaders force for reconciliation, for humanitarian action, and rooted in deep ethical teaching and spiritual values, religion has consistently inspired to protect human dignity, to promote, to strengthen solidarity, and respond to suffering across boundaries of race, culture, and nationality. And in this context, interfaith engagement, such as what we have today, becomes not optional, but essential. Our strength doesn't lie in uniformity, but in the capacity to manage differences differently or fairly, justly, and constructively. We are upholding mutual respect and shared human dignity. It is through this spirit of principled engagement that societies can preserve harmony, even amid diversity of belief, worldview, and tradition. There is a great value in organic, everyday interculture, interreligious relations that take place within families, within neighborhoods, workplaces, and communities. This lived experience form the foundation of trust at the societal level. At the same time, at the structural and formal interfaith forum, such as this forum, play a critical role in strengthening that broader ecosystems of coexistence. And the both dimensions are complementary and mutually reinforced. Example, one is building the through daily interactions, and the other is providing continuous reflection, collective action, and direction for sustained peace and understanding. We must also recognize that sustaining social peace is not an institution alone. Families, educators, community leaders, civil societies all play a decisive role in shaping values from early age, such as by teaching respect, empathy, and the ability to engage with difference constructively. And perhaps what is most lacking today is but wisdom. It is also not connectivity, but understanding. And also it's not diversity, but the capacity to engage diversity with maturity and restraint. Our task is to strengthen the moral so that the many differences we had in terms of culture, faith, race do not become division, and that diversity continues to serve as a foundation for unity rather than conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia today has a population of more than 34 million. Our society reflects a very remarkable tapestry of faiths. According to the population census, 63.5% of nations are Muslim, 18.7% Buddhist, 9.1% Christian, 6.1% rest are Sikh, Taoist, Baha'i, and others. Now, this democratic composition makes Malaysia one of the most religiously diverse countries in Asia, with virtually every are represented within a single national boundary. And for decades, these diverse communities have lived together with relative peace. This is not by accident, but by design. Our federal constitution clearly enshrines Islam as religion of the federation, while at the same time guaranteeing the freedom of practices by other religions in peace and harmony. And this dual recognition has been central to Malaysia's success in managing our diversity. In addition, our unity is anchored in the Rukun Negara, that is the national philosophy of Malaysia's proclaimed in 1970 after a difficult period in our history. It consists of 5 principles: belief in God, duty to king and country, justice, of the constitution, rule of law, courtesy, and morality. These are not slogans, but they are moral foundations of our identity as a nation. In the 21st century, the Rukun Negara remains deeply relevant as more than just a national philosophy. It is the living framework for managing diversity and strengthening peace in society. In a world where polarization, where extremism, where disinformation too often exploit religions, and the Rukun Negara offers nations a common moral compass. They remind us that unity cannot be built on tolerance alone, but must be guided by shared principles of faith, of loyalty, of justice, law. We have also taken this journey with our team from in the ministry this year or last year. We started with harmony in diversity. Harmony within diverse religion is not simply the absence of conflict. It is the presence of trust, dialogue, and also mutual enrichment. It means different religions do not merely tolerate each other's system, but contribute to a shared space where values of compassion, values of justice, and peace are upheld together. And at this juncture, many countries, including Malaysia, are increasingly focusing on the idea of building a nation state or negara bangsa in its fullest sense. Because the challenges we face today not only about building institutions or infrastructures, they're also about strengthening cohesion within a society that is becoming more complex, becoming more diverse and more interconnected. In an era shaped by rapid digital transformation, mobility, and global influences, the question of identity, of belonging, and of shared purpose becomes even more critical. A negara bangsa or nation state is citizens not only live with the same borders, but also share belonging, mutual responsibility, and collective destiny. It is a society where diversity is not erased, but within a common national identity, a shared value and loyalty to the country. In this regard, our Malaysian 13 Malaysia plan places strong emphasis as a core pillar of national clear recognition that economic progress and physical development must be matched together with social cohesion and national unity. And has been articulated, the first century of our nation was primarily focused on nation building, that is by establishing institutions, stability, and development. Then the second century must be the era of strengthening the Malaysian nationhood. This means nurturing a society that is confident in its own identity, yet even more confident in its shared identity as Malaysian. Definitely, this is direction of our collective to ensure that Malaysia continues to evolve not only as a success, but as a deeply united state a United Nations state grounded in shared purpose and enduring cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, whether we read Quran, we read the Bible, we read the Vedas, the Guru Granth, or the Tipitaka, the core message remains unchanged. It is a call for absolute justice, for deep compassion, and for unwavering respect to humanity. Let us therefore affirm our collective responsibility to deepen this dialogue, to strengthen cooperation, and to translate understanding into meaningful action for the common good. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to officially declare the Second International Interfaith Peace and Harmony Forum 2026 open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang Berhormat Dato' Aaron. Ladies and gentlemen, we have today a distinct honor to have with us Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Kama Onaya Kamaruzzaman as our keynote speaker. Professor Dr. Kama Onaya Kamaruzzaman is a prominent scholar in comparative religion, a fellow at the International Islamic University of Malaysia. She is actively involved in interfaith engagements and initiatives focusing on social issues and conflict resolution. Professor Kamaruzzaman, with over 40 years in a teaching profession, is known for her insightful lectures, publications, particularly on the role of religion in contemporary society, interfaith dialogue, appearing on world stages in the United Nations, UNESCO, and many local and foreign universities and religious agencies. Please welcome Professor Dr. Kama.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning. Can you hear me? You have to bear a little bit with me. I'm on and off sometimes with I have some health issues. When I need chair, I'll tell you when I need chair. But right now, just let me just go my own way, okay? I have my students here. They know how I go about. Yang Berhormat Dato' Aaron Ago Dagang, Minister of National Unity Malaysia, Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Sobri bin Mat Daud, Timbalan Ketua Setiausaha, Dasar dan Perancangan Strategik, Ministry of National Unity Malaysia, respected members of the Maha Sangha, reverends, religious leaders, Madam Alice Wong, my friends, they're around here. Mr. Alex Yap, Madam Low. We are not just friends, we are family, we are sisters and brothers. So ladies and gentlemen, students, and our children here, I saw some young people around. Yeah. Welcome to the human citizenship. We all believe, whatever religion we profess, we have a common parentage. We all start with the first parents, and then we multiply to become what we are. So in brief, basically, we are one family. You are siblings. Along the way, we decided to quarrel. We decided to make things difficult for each other. We built borders and walls to the front, to the back, to the left, to the right. We thought we would wall out others, but in reality, we walled ourselves in. So we are the prisoners of our own making. It's all a matter of what we put in our head and what we put on our heart. Mind you, I've been a lecturer. I've been a lecturer for more than 40 years. And I usually speak, I don't read. I'm a very bad reader. But I have prepared, for this particular occasion, I prepared a 7-page paper, not too long, because 7 pages is nothing if you have been writing books for 200 and 300 pages. But it's enough. And I want this on purpose to be on record, because the first part of it is an acknowledgement, sincere acknowledgement from me for the people I respect and whom I have regarded as my big brothers in this struggle for common brotherhood. Never mind, sister. If it doesn't behave, let it behave by itself. Yeah, that's the way I am. Now, my students know, I keep on saying this, I am your professor. I teach you how to think. I do not think for you. I am your professor, I'm not your nanny. Your nanny thinks for you. I don't. And how do I teach? Through the Socrates way. You ask me a question, I always start my class with asking for questions. I will not start without a question to get everyone awake. I'm very happy if the question is difficult. And I will answer the question with a question, leading another question. Eventually, the student will find that they have answered their own question. This is the Socrates way. It is not the modern, digital sort of way. You read, you find your own way. You struggle to find knowledge, and you struggle to think. And I would like the young people to understand that. Don't think like me, and don't think like your seniors. We belong to a different generation. We have problems needed by our generations. We have to solve it. But we are going off. Your generation needs you. And you have to think in the context of your generation. You can be inspired by us, but don't be like us. I will start with that. Dato' Menteri, you have to let me go, because that's the way I am. And that's why they call me. As I said, I cannot read, because that's the way I am. Yeah, you have all my apologies for whatever it is, but I started when I was running around, and now I have to be helped to stand up. But that's the way it is. We came a long way. I was one of the founders of Viva Palestina. Yeah, I've been with the Palestine issue, and I've been up and down those days. With Dr. Amir Farid, they say, where's my big brother? My younger brother. And there's another one here. They are my nightmares. But they are part of me, one on my right, one on my left. And there is Dr. Suraj. Suraj is not here. Here's another one. They were very handsome people, and I was in between. The great, people of harmony. Yeah, so I'll start by reading. This is my special tribute. I don't have the screen before me. So how do we manage this? Usually I have the laptop here so that I can read, and then I can't see that. It's okay, but this is my acknowledgement to thank the Pure Land Amitabha, the Buddhist Missionary Society, the Malaysian Han Studies, the Youth Dialogue Session will be coming in the afternoon. I thank you for all who has been behind the organization of this. Yeah, can we move? Now, this is my special tribute. This is a gist of what I have written in my paper, because it's for me to read the paper, so I thought I'd put it up. My presentation, you can know what it is. My special tribute to our great Buddhist personality, the Venerable Master Chin Kung. He passed on 26th July. I first met Venerable Master Chin Kung, Co-Conference of Education for Shared Values in Adelaide, Australia, 2014. Then in Brisbane, again, Australia, International Symposium for Education, Peace of Heart True Values, 2015. And again in Manila, Philippines, at the ACRP. And in Malaysia, on a few occasions when our greats, Tan Sri Lee Kim Yew, who hosted it, and I found myself attending to his session. Also my profound and heartfelt thanks to Tan Sri Lee Kim Yew for the interfaith dialogue sessions and his humanitarian efforts. Actually, Tan Sri sponsored my documentary film on our children in the streets of Cotabato. What happened was that I was invited to as a friendly visit from my, but it turned out that it became a very, a very active interfaith sessions, just like spontaneous to have programs. So it's like one day, visits, but I was young then, so I was very affected by the children on the streets. That was the first time when I saw the street children. I see the eyes of my grandchildren, my nephews and nieces. I was very affected. So they invited me to come a second time, the interfaith communities of Philippines. And this time I decided to go beyond just talking. So I would like to document this. So in one of my sessions with Tan Sri and Master Chin Kung was there, I said, the children of Cotabato, the street children of Cotabato, during dinner time, they are still looking for breakfast. So they were affected. So Tan Sri said, what do you want to do? I said, I would like to make a documentary. And he said, how much do you want for the thing? I said, Tan Sri, I do not know how to count. I only can count up to 10 because I have 10 fingers. But I get tight with technicalities. So he said, all right, I'll send my people and everything, they will be taken care of. I was very affected. You see to see the sweet faces, and some of them are very sweet. But sadly, it is now, the phenomena has come to roots in Malaysia, you know that. So this is going to be my next project with my student. After this, our next interfaith program will be on urban poverty and homelessness in Kuala Lumpur. It has come home. It was going. I saw this in Tunisia. I saw this in Morocco. Even in Paris. I was nervous, but there it was. Okay, so the next. Now, regarding Master Chin Kung, I looked at him. I looked up to him in our shared mission of goodwill and compassion. His is a universal message, unselective. I remember when he said that there's an orphanage, I think in Singapore, that needed. And he said that I have no money. I have no money, but I will. So he organized for his group to go on a walkathon, right? They call it, make some money. A Muslim orphanage. So his is, but he's also, he had added dimensions to my mission for him on sincere and genuine human and compassion. That's what you can say about this great man. Yeah. But there was also something at the academic level that I owe him. You see, there's a verse that often quoted by Muslims related to the Prophet, but not really his own verse, but related to him. Seek knowledge even if in China. For more than 30 years, almost 40 years, I've been thinking, why China? Why the need to go to China? Some say because it is very far. So why? There are so many from what you call that, from Mecca at that time, it was far. But there were also other parts of the world that are far. What do we want from China? Because philosophy, you have it nearby Greek, in the Western land. If you want something aesthetics, architecture and poetry and, that's Persian. Persian civilization was great. You want mathematics, astronomy, there was India. But what is it that you want from China? So I've been talking, they say it's very far, it doesn't make sense. Of course I listen, but my academic mind is not that simplistic. There must be some deeper meaning in this. So one day I would listen to Venerable Master Chin Kung. He was talking about Confucian ethics. By the way, my relationship with Confucianism has gone a long, long way. I did research in Taiwan, I did research in Hong Kong, and I was in Singapore, and I used to come early for my classes in Singapore. I used to teach in Singapore. I come early at the airport, I sit at the airport to read just Confucius book. Till the person get used to me, give me a chance, said, Madam, I think you'll be comfortable if you sit and read. Because these are small books. And most of the things I already know. But I'll take time, at least 1 hour to be at the airport just to read. And it is only on Confucius. I've always been very impressed with Confucius. So one day, in this session, the Venerable talked about Confucius ethic, family ethic. And suddenly I saw an ustaz, a Muslim scholar, talking about family values, family ethics. It's like, coming from the mouth of a Muslim scholar. Then I knew. So this is what we were supposed to get in China. Ethics. And it is Confucian ethics. And Confucian ethics is the ethics for the whole of China, whether you're a Buddhist, whether you are Taoist, or you are the folk religion. It is, by the way, I did a documentary film on Chinese religions, because there's not enough materials for my students, meant for my students, and only my students can understand. So if you ask me, no, I say, you're not my student, you don't have to understand my content. There is a message for them. I want them, it is academic at that level. But I did that. So I'm grateful to him at the academic level. So when finally in Nissan Forum in Beijing, I forgot what year I didn't put there, I declared this. One of my great thanks, gratitude to what to call that, Master Chin Kung, was when he exposed the ethics. I already know about that, but the way he said it, for more than over 30 years, it's been. So somebody said in scholarship, it is 30 years is nothing. Let them think for 30 years. All right, so that's part of my district. And another very interesting thing, in Brisbane and in Adelaide, we just nod. You say hello, hello, because it's the first time. In Manila, we recognized, and we were going up the bus. I think Mr. Ayap, Madam Alice was here. We met at going up the bus together. He wants me to go up first. I wanted him to go up first. He asked me to go up. We were going like this, and I think Miss Alice said, he wants you to go up. I was, of course, very honored, but also I was embarrassed because you will see how I go up a bus. Not the best. But we make friends. It was danger. These are the small things in life. Yeah, small, but they're powerful at the personal level. You understand that? Then during dinner, Tan Sri sat me in between him and Master Chin Kung. Tan Sri was piling my plate with food, and Master Chin Kung had nothing on his plate. I was concerned, you're not eating? He looked at me, because we can't speak each other's language. He looked at me. And then he looked at my plate, he said, huh. He was trying to say, no wonder you are so sick. It was sweet. This is a brother talking to a sister. I know he will not be able to speak to you Buddhist group like that. You're so respectful of him, right? But I have the privilege of not being one of you. Yeah, he was my brother and I was his sister. These are the small things in life. Take it seriously, because these are memories. And it goes deeper than the textbooks. And for my students who are up there, get the experience of being involved. Okay, so this is a little bit of this thing. Now, one thing I want to highlight at the UNESCO conferences in Adelaide, in Brisbane. Later, I was also with the Paris delegate with Mr. Alex Yap here and Mr. Kandasamy. We're the three of us, the same age. The rest are all very young. When we come back home, we have to put our leg up because we had to walk. But we were the same age, and now we're very close. Now, what happened? We met there for the first time, by the way. But it was instantaneous bondage. Not bondage, bond. So what we call that, my concern there was the evolving of what I call negative culture. I raised the issue that we have come out of ethics. We are moving away from ethics. This negative culture, by negative culture, I mean the immoral, the unacceptable things that have developed, and it is now exploding. Corruption, greed, and then now violence. The violence have crept into our children's book, into our children's games. Yeah. So violence, aggression, greed, corruption are celebrated. It's no longer looked upon as an immorality. The more greedy you are, the more respected you become. The more violent you are, the more heroic you become. Look at all the children's game. The good people, the good characters are always undermined, made fun of. It's the aggressive, the violent that are the heroes. This is the culture we are developing. So we are not surprised that the genocides and all the other brutalities, coming up, and very few people talk. In this thing, it is lengthy, but I think the time is up, right? Yeah, so I'll just finish with this. We, the people of religion, or what I call the people of conscience, all religions without exception, call us to come up and perform. And if we walk in the footsteps of our prophets and our founders, they started the premise on three very important. They started with transformation of individuals. All the belief items in all the religions, the faith, or what I call the intrapersonal, the faith dimension, the understanding, the theology, the rituals, build up personality. This will build up and transform. If they do not transform, they fail. You have failed your religion. You have to move away from what you were yesterday to what you are today. Only the people that are transformed can reform society. Unless we are transformed, we cannot reform society. And the prophets and the founders started with transformation of individuals into reformation of the social order, and with the reformation of the social order, the reformation of society. And with the reformation of society, the revamping of humanity and universal humanity, and then you can talk about human flourishing. Until you come to that point, don't start. Transformation must take place because this is the way of the prophets. Social matters are personal matters in religion. And unless you get involved in these social matters, you have not become a religious person by right. So I think with that, I'll stop because the organizers will get very nervous and I can go on until next week. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kama. Kindly remain on stage.
Huh?
Wow, what an insightful sharing. Kindly remain on stage. We'd like now to invite the Muhammad Minister to be on stage to give a token, accompanied by Brother Alex Yap, Sister Piling, and also Madam Alice Wong and Principal Song, to give a token to Professor Dr. Kama. token of appreciation. The professor. Let's give Professor a big hand. And also the YB. Okay, everyone remain on stage. We'd like now to ask Yang Berhormat to give a token of appreciation to all our moderators and panelists. I will call your name one by one. Please come down and receive from the minister. To start with, Dr. Amir Farid Ishaq, moderator. Mr. V. Subramaniam, panelist for the Hindus sector. Ms. Chang Mei Ping, panelist for the Baha'i sector. Chang Mei Ping. All panelists, please remain on stage for a group photo. Mr. Lee Kang Lian, panelist for the Taoist sector. Venerable Chungde, panelist for the Buddhism sector. Dr. Muhammad Farid Muhammad Shahran, panelist, Islamic sector. Father Lionel? Father Lionel is not here. Tuan Haji Muhammad Hanif Abdul Razak from Toowoomba. Also not here. Okay, we now switch to the forum in the afternoon. Is it here? Okay, coming down. Slowly, sir. Now for the afternoon forum, Dr. Muhammad Nurisha, moderator for the Youth Forum. Panelists for the Youth Forum, Professor Dr. Kama Onaya. Dr. Kama Onaya is there. Dr. Stephen Wijaya, panelist of Youth Forum. Stephen Wijaya. Principal Song, panelists for Youth Forum. Ms. Carrie Q, panelist for the Youth Forum. From the Minister. We also like to invite the collaborative strategic partners to receive your certificates. From World Fellowship of Buddhists, Brother Tai Ming Yao. From the IMC Organization Limited for Pure Land Practice Singapore, Dennis Koo Xiao Fin. For Sek Kai In, Brother Tan Kim Si. Taoist Association of Malaysia, Dosan Tan Man Chong. Angkatan Belia Islam Malaysia, Mr. Fahmi Adza. Pertubuhan Pertuan Islam Bukan Kerajaan Malaysia, Tuan Haji Jamaluddin. Pertubuhan Ikram Malaysia, representative please come forward. Pertubuhan Ikram Malaysia, representative. INSAF, Interfaith Spiritual Fellowship, Mr. Malcolm Tan. Mr. Malcolm Tan, not here. Baha'i Community of Malaysia, Dr. Irene Leong. We also like to invite the following for a photo session. Yang bahagia Datuk Wira Mufti Melaka. We also like to invite on stage Brother Himadesa from the Buddhist Mahavira. Ladies and gentlemen, for the group photograph. Everybody else, can you rise and move towards the center? Because we're going to take a big group photo after this. Everybody rise, move to the center as much as you can. Everybody rise. Move to the center as much as you can. Ushers, volunteers, please help. We now like to Offer a token to the minister with appreciation. Brother Alex will offer Yang Muhammad our token for the interfaith and a special gift from Pure Land Amitabha Buddhist Society. Okay, big smile, cheese. All right, big smile, cheese. Okay, thank you. Will all the guests on stage return to your seats but remain standing and face the stage for the mega photo? Return to your space for the mega photo with everybody in the background. Media team, take your spots on the stage. Okay, we're going to shoot a video. So everybody, we're going to say human flourishing, individual and global community. Can we practice? 1, 2, 3. Human flourishing, individual and global community. Okay, good test. Ready? Look at them. When you're ready, 1, 2, 3, go. Yeah, give yourself a big hand. Thank you very much, everybody. We'd like to invite Yang Muhammad and all guests for their tea break. Please return to the hall at 10:40. Return to the hall at 10:40. The general public, you can leave the hall through the left or through the right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Interfaith Dialogue Session. Awaited, we're going to hear the dialogue with interfaith leaders. Interfaith dialogue will be moderated by Dr. Amir Farid Ishaq. And a little bit about Dr. Amir. Dr. Amir Farid Ishaq is a physician, a healer, interfaith, career bridges medicine, spirituality, well-being. Trained as a medical doctor in Australia and Malaysia, he has practiced and taught integrative medicine for over 4 decades, emphasizing compassion and the unity of body, mind, and spirit. Dr. Farid has been deeply involved in Malaysia's interfaith movement, serving as founder member of Interfaith Spiritual Fellowship INSAF, and contributing to dialogue initiatives that promote harmony among Malaysia's diverse religions. Please give me a big hand to invite Dr. Amir Farid Ishaq to take a seat. I will now call upon your panelists. Please come forward as your name is called. Mr. V, panelist for the Hindu. Ms. Chang Mei Ping, panelist for Baha'i sector. Master Lee Kang Liang, Taoist sector. Venerable Cheng De, panelist for the Buddhism sector. Dr. Muhammad Farid Muhammad Shahran, panelist for Islamic sector. Father Lionel, panelist for the Christian sector. And Tuan Haji Muhammad Hanif Abdul Razak, representing Toowoomba. Dr. Amir, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the kind introduction, and I formally take charge of these 7 fine people, 6 gentlemen and 1 beautiful lady. Okay. And we will have a dialogue, but it's not based on everyone trying to answer the same question. Because you will know that every religion has its beauty and its unique teachings. And even when we are trying to address the same theme, human flourishing, individual and global community, there may be teachings in each religion that gives us a different understanding, a different focus. So by asking each religion a different question that we feel is appropriate to their religious teachings, perhaps we will learn more than asking each person the same question. So that's why today we'll be asking everyone different questions, right, which we feel are more tailored to the religion, so that we will learn more and appreciate more about the others. At the same time, we can imbibe, we can take all the good teachings of others into our own lives and practices. Yeah, like even for a Muslim, Muslims are very strict in many things. It is not wrong for us to take the teachings of others, as long as these teachings do not go against our own teachings. Yeah, you may have heard the famous teaching that Muslims are told that go to China even to seek knowledge. Yeah. So, okay. First, I need to introduce this gentleman and the lady. I will only mention their post because I presume their CV will be up on the screen. I hope so. If not, because otherwise we'll spend a lot of time describing each one of them. Some have 2-3 pages of CV. Some only submitted 2 or 3 lines. So I will only be fair and mention the 2 or 3 lines of what are they doing now. Okay, what are their position? Okay, I will start with. Okay, maybe when I call, because the sequence here is not the same as the sequence that you are in. So I'll introduce first our Taoist panelist, Master Lee Kang Liang. All right, Master is a Taoist priest of Singapore, Yi Juan Taoist Association, and Vice President of the Taoist Association of Malaysia. Both. Oh, so if we ask you whether nasi lemak is a Malaysian or Singapore dish, which one will you answer? Thank you. Then next is Miss Cheng Mei Ping. She is the Director of External Affairs from the Singapore Baha'i community. Next is Venerable Cheng Di. Venerable? He is the President of the Amitabha Buddhist Association of New South Wales. But I have to add something on. Venerable Cheng Di is my sifu. Yeah, I spent time in Anhui, province China, learning on Dizigui. My sifu. But at that time, he was not yet a monk. Yeah, he was wearing a suit like me. But many years later, I met him. I said, "What happened to your hair?" Then, Dr. Muhammad Farid Shahran. Sorry. He is currently a principal fellow and director of the Center of the Study of Sharia Law and Politics, Institute of Islamic Understanding Malaysia, IKIM. Then we have a local representative from Malacca, who is the Hindu rep, Mr. V. Subramaniam Velu, BCM PJK. He is the chairman of the Malaysia Hindu Sangam Malacca State Council and has played an active role in numerous religious, cultural, educational, and charitable initiatives here. Okay. Then we have Father Lionel. Did I? Perfect. Call it. Okay. He is the parish priest of St. Peter's Church, Malacca, also a local. It is the oldest functioning Roman Catholic church in Malaysia and Singapore. Wow. Yeah. I know people say come to Malacca and see the history. Now I've got history beside me. All right. And then we have a representative from Toowoomba, Australia, Tuan Haji Muhammad Hanif Abdul Razak. He is the director of a multi-faith, multicultural center, Pure Land Learning College Association, Toowoomba, Queensland, Australia. Okay, before he was plucked by our master Chin Kung to go and help set up the multi-faith, multicultural center, he was the one who set up the Harmony Center in Singapore. That's where I first met him. Yeah. So are you an Aussie now or still a Singaporean?
I am a permanent resident.
Permanent resident.
I want to be in Aussie by time.
Okay. But it's been some time, huh? Seems you've been there.
But I'm happy.
Okay, good. Okay. So as mentioned earlier on, each one will be given questions, and they will have 8 minutes to answer both questions. So it's up to them, right, to spend more time on the first or the second question. May I know where's the timekeeper? Huh? There, okay. So you all have to look at the timekeeper. You will be giving a warning at 7 minutes or 6 minutes. Is it? At 6 minutes. Okay, so they will know they will have 2 minutes. Right? So remember, you have 8 minutes to answer 2 questions, except for our brother Hanif. All right. All right. Then at 6 minutes there will be a warning bell, or what? How are you going to warn them? Oh, like that. Okay. And then if you all exceed your time, okay. First of all, I know you are religious people. You are very, very obedient and very punctual. So I'm sure you will not exceed the time. Then, if you still exceed the time, you are fortunate because I'm a very tolerant moderator. Okay, I will keep quiet, but I will throw the mic at you. Okay. All right. Now the questions. Okay, I will go according to the order given to me, yeah? So we start with Dr. Muhammad Farid. Okay, yeah? The 2 questions are, timekeeper, you don't start the time when I ask them questions. Yeah? You start the time only when they start answering. Okay, otherwise they will throw the mic at me. Okay. First question, how does the concept of ummah, community, in Islam contribute to the idea of human flourishing on both individual and global levels, and what actions Muslims take to foster a more united global community? What actions can Muslims take to foster a more united global community? That's question number one. Question number two, in what ways can Islamic teachings on compassion and justice inspire collaborative efforts among different faith communities to promote sustainable peace and harmony? Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Amir, our moderator today, respected panelists, and ladies and gentlemen, and also my elder senior professor and sister, Professor Kamal Onia. I hope I'm not feeling like in the exam room, giving 8 minutes to answer 2 questions, and then with all the warnings from my supervisor. And I want to take your time because you are already exceeding your time just now. So I will take 2 or 3 minutes from your time. Just joking. Okay, the question is first about the concept of ummah. I think this concept is very foundational in Islamic teaching, referring to the community of not only Muslim, but also humanity at large that are living together. Of course, the Quran talks about the Quran in various levels. The Quran talks about ummah at multiple level. At the theological level, of course, one of it refers to the ummah of the Muslims, where we share the same belief of Tawheed, the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But at the same time, there is also implication of the meaning of ummah that also refers to humanity at large. The proof of that is that there are also verses in the Quran which talks about not only ummah, but umam. Umam is the plural form of ummah, which refers not only to the Muslim, but also to the other communities, either the present communities or communities in the past. For example, the Quran says about the ummamun min qablikum, the community of the prophets in the past, the community that lived together with the Muslim and others. And the historical proof of the inclusive implication of this term ummah is the Madinah Charter, the Madinah Charter being concluded by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, together with all communities that live together with the Muslim in Madinah at that time, where in that charter all communities are given their rights, their privileges, even they are given rooms for their activities, religious activities, and also rooms for their places for worship. So I think that concept of ummah can become a very strong motivation to the Muslims and as well as others in engaging constructively to enjoin humanity while remaining faithful to our own belief. And again, the Constitution of Madinah or Madinah Charter, there is a clear clause that states that according to the Prophet, that all the people that are living in Madinah, not only the Muslim, but other faith, people of other faiths as well, is being called the one ummah. It states clearly that there are one ummah community distinct from other people. So in this case, the term ummah did not really erase religious differences. All remain in their respected belief, laws, and identity. And this demonstrates clearly that Islam, in that case, recognizes multiple layers of communities within that ummah. First, it refers to the ummah of the faith, and second, it also refers to the civic community or political community that live together. And this is what we can take lessons from this Constitution of Madinah in our time today. In Malaysia, we are living in a multi-religious, multi-racial society, but everybody must have their own right, their own way of doing things, and the highest level of these principles of ummah is that it also refers to the human community, the community of humanity at large. So I think this is also in line with what Islam is always expressing according to the Quran, that God created humanity, from man and woman, and also from groups and tribes, in order for you to know each other. So I think these principles of knowing each other in living with diversity is a very important principles as far as ummah is concerned. I have already been given the warning. So I go to the second question about how the compassion and justice important in enforcing or enriching this spirit of living together. I think it is very clear in Islam that the very first verse of the Al-Fatiha is also the important chapter in the Quran that we Muslim recite every day in our prayer, in our salat, that the first verse after A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim is what we always listen, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. By the name of Allah, the most merciful and the most forgiving. So I think this is the most important sign and proof of how compassion is a defining attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because He Himself introduces Himself in that Surah Al-Fatiha by that attributes. And of course, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in another verse in the Quran is being said that he was sent for the mercy of all worlds, not only mankind but also rahmatan lil alamin. It is mercy for the universe, not only the human being getting mercy from the sending of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but every creatures in this universe receive the rahmah or the mercy from Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And Muslim scholars, when explaining this verse, that we have not sent you, O Muhammad, except for the mercy of the worlds, explain that Prophet Muhammad mercy extends beyond Muslim and humanity. And of course, in the Malaysian context, I think this concept of rahmah or mercy can also be expressed in many ways. For example, how do we treat our fellow religious adherents living together with us? How we treat our neighbors in different faiths? How do we together organize humanitarian assistance regardless of religion? I think we have listened to Professor Kamar Oniah this morning, excellent experience about how she and his groups strive very hard in making sure that these humanitarian activities being properly organized and carried out.
Doctor,
Yeah.
the time up dah lama dah.
Dah lama dah?
But you didn't,
Okay.
you didn't see.
Let me just conclude. I said that I want to take your few minutes just now. We can also show our empathy to promote this mercy and justice during our problems, disaster, and illness. And lastly, what we can do in taking this, the philosophy or spirit of mercy is by engaging a respectable dialogue and rejecting prejudice and hatred, just like what we are doing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so Dr. Farid shared about the Muslim society in Madinah. There was the first formal Muslim society. Actually, the town was not called Madinah. It was called Yathrib. It was changed to Madinah to reflect all this principle. Now you know where our Malaysia Madani comes from. All right, Malaysia Madani comes from that concept. Thank you. Can I ask the timekeeper to come and sit right in front here? Because why? It's not because we saw doctor was not able to see you up there and he was looking at the notes. So yeah, right in front here. To be fair, but don't worry, don't worry. You know, I won't be very, very, very strict because we are here for peace and harmony. Okay, the question is to the Venerable, right? Number two, okay. The questions are, from a Buddhist perspective, how do the principles of mindfulness and interconnectedness enhance individual well-being and contribute to the flourishing of the global community? And question number two, what role does compassion play in Buddhist teachings, and how can it be a catalyst for unified action among diverse communities striving for peace and harmony? I believe Venerable is speaking in Chinese, and there will be translation, is it? So translation is all this. Okay, so before Venerable start, we better get our translator gadgets on first, because it's not the live translation. It's live through this. Okay, wait. Use this.
戴耳机的时候不算时间吧？
What channel is that? Channel 1. Channel 1, huh?
Okay, good. So you all will have the translations on the PowerPoint. Okay, Venerable, please.
谢谢Dr. 阿密教授的提问尊敬的YB 拿督阿伦阿哥大干尊敬的卡玛阿尼尔卡姆鲁赞曼教授诸位各宗教界的领袖诸位嘉宾各位专家学者朋友们大家上午吉祥阿弥陀佛。好，那承德来回答我们主持人的提问。那佛教的教育的核心目标是帮助我们离苦得乐破迷开悟。 那佛陀告诉我们呢，人生一切的烦恼与冲突都源自于我们对宇宙人生真相认识不足。当我们认识自己的内心，认识人与人人与自然包含人与天地鬼神的关系，便能够获得真正的幸福安定所谓理得心安。首先谈谈呢佛教讲正念与缘起相依的理念那佛教所说的正念呢，并不仅仅是专注当下更重要的呢是保持正确的思想、见解和正确的行为正念能够帮助我们觉察自己的起心动念减少贪嗔痴所带来的烦恼与痛苦当一个人的内心趋于清净、平和、理智那身心健康自然能够得到改善那人际关系就更和谐了那与此同时呢，佛教强调缘起的智慧万法都是因缘生所以世间万事万物都不是孤立存在而是互相依存，相互影响具体而言呢，一个人的幸福离不开家庭家庭的和谐离不开社会，社会的稳定也离不开国家与国家的合作那上净下空老和尚常说整个宇宙与我们是一体的正如一个身体中的各个器官彼此协作才能维持身体的健康那如果只顾自己的利益而损害他人的利益最终受损的仍然是自己认识到这一种一体的关系我们便会尊重生命，珍惜资源关怀环境并以合作替代对立以包容替代冲突在当今全球化的时代这个地球已经变成一个地球村了那人类面临气候变化、环境污染、贫富差距战争冲突等等诸多共同的挑战那缘起相依的智慧提醒我们没有任何国家能够独善其身也没有任何民族能够脱离世界而独立繁荣唯有加强理解与合作才能实现共同发展与长久和平那再来我们谈谈慈悲在佛教中的重要意义那慈悲是佛教精神的核心慈呢是给予众生快乐悲是帮助众生离苦那佛菩萨对一切众生是平等关怀不分种族、国籍、文化还是宗教是同体大悲。那慈悲并不是一个消极的同情，而是一个积极承担责任、利益大众的真诚爱心它是建立在理智的基础上当我们真正明白众生本来一体， 便会自然升起这个关爱之心啊。正如左手受伤了啊，右手呢立即帮助啊，因为这个左手右手是一体的。好，那今天世界上有许多矛盾冲突往往源自于偏见、自私与误解。所以佛教慈悲的精神告诉我们要学会尊重差异，欣赏多元文化以真诚沟通代替敌意对抗不同宗教可以互相尊重，不同民族可以和平共处，不同文明可以互相互鉴。净空老和尚长期提倡宗教团结与文明对话。他认为各个宗教虽然形式不同，但都教导人们仁爱、宽容、和平与善良。如果能够互相学习、互相尊重，就能够共同为世界和平做出贡献。而且他老人家还身体力行在马来西亚、新加坡、澳洲，乃至于联合国教科文组织团结各大宗教他并认真学习其他宗教的经典甄选各大宗教教义之精华编辑了宗教360以便利普通的大众每日可以阅读。那慈悲呢，能够转化个人的心行进而影响整个团体社会当更多人愿意关怀弱势群体参与公益事业，保护生态环境促进社会公益时慈悲便会从个人的修养转化为社会力量从而推动全球共同福祉的发展最后我想说正如老和尚强调的，佛教是佛陀对九法界众生至善圆满的教育，正念是诚所以诚心真诚就是清净心清净心没有污染，没有夹杂当我们提起正念这一念呢，变虚空法界爱心变法界，善意满人间这样的真诚爱心能够影响和团结我们的地区、全球的社会，乃至于整个世界帮助各个族群与团体消弭误会、隔阂、障碍帮助社会实现融洽安定带来世界和平、人民幸福愿我们能以佛陀、老和尚各个宗教圣人的教诲来净化我们的身心，效法老和尚以智慧结缘大众，以慈悲关爱众生，共同来构建和谐团体、文化合作和和平世界我们来贡献力量。好，谢谢大家。
Thank you, Venerable Cheng Di. Okay, Venerable spoke a lot about mindfulness and compassion. I want to share with you what I know of him. He is a personification of mindfulness and compassion. He's incredibly polite, gentle. And I'm talking to you because I know he was my teacher. And even though I knew Master Ching Kung for quite a number of years, but when I first met him, he was already a senior person. So if I were to imagine how Master Ching Kung like when he was young, I would look at Venerable. To me, This is the future Mata Chingkong. I've said many times. Okay. I have to invite Mr. Subramaniam first. You have to go early. All right. Okay. So I'll invite you first. The first question: in Hinduism, how do the concepts of dharma and karma, duty and action, guide individuals in their contributions to a flourishing society and a harmonious global community? Question number 2. What insights can Hindu philosophy provide on the importance of environmental stewardship as a means to achieve sustainable peace and collective well-being? Mr. Subramaniam, yours. Mike.
All right. Give her permission. All right. Respected guest of Honorable YB Arun Agok Dagang and distinguished moderator Dr. Amin. Good morning, sir. And esteemed religious leaders, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are here today in a universal family, okay? The universal family is the one brings us together. We call it Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. So, means the whole world is one family. The principle forms the foundation of Hindu thoughts on peace, harmony, and human flourishing. First question was, in Hinduism, how do concept of dharma, this is duty, and karma, the action, guides individual in their contribution to a flourishing society and harmonious global community. Hindu philosophy, dharma, and karma are inseparable principles that guides human. Dharma referred to religiousness, moral responsibility, and duty. It encourages every individual to, with integrity, compassion, justice, and self-discipline. Dharma reminds us that our responsibility extended beyond ourselves to our families, community, national, and ultimately the world. Karma means action, and it is consequences. Hinduism teaches that every thought, word, and deeds has an impact. Therefore, individuals are encouraged to perform positive action without selfish motive and to contribute towards the welfare of others. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that we should perform our duties sincerely and selflessly for common good. When individuals live according to Dharma and perform good karma, society becomes more compassionate, ethical, and harmonious. Excuse me, because too many pages. But anyway, I should make it short. In today's interconcept world, Dharma inspires responsibility, citizenship, respect for diversity, and service to humanity, while karma reminds us that our action today shapes the future of generations to come. Thus, Hinduism teaches that human flourishing begins with personal responsibility and expands into collective well-being. And my second question, so I think will be better. Yeah, stop. Okay, what insight can Hindu philosophy provide on the importance of environmental stewardship as a means to achieve sustainable peace and collective well-being? Hinduism views nature to merely as a resource but sacred. The earth is revered as Bhumi Devi, rivers are honored as mother, mountains are respected as abode of the divine, and all living beings are seen as interconnected manifestations of the same universal reality. The ancient Vedic prayers stated, "May there be a peace in heaven, peace in the atmosphere, peace upon earth, peace in the water, peace among plants, peace among all beings." The holistic vision teaches that lasting peace cannot exist if humanity is at war with nature. Environmental stewardship is therefore a spiritual responsibility when protected forests conserve water, reduce waste, and promote sustainable living. We are not only safeguarding the planet, but also protecting future generations. Hindu philosophy encourages moderation rather than excessive consumption, gratitude rather than exploitations, and harmony rather than domination over nature. In the world facing climate challenge, environmental degradation, and resources conflict, Hindu wisdom reminds us that caring of the earth in an act of peace building and a pathway towards collective well-being. And I like to put a few words, which is whatever karma you do is written as a boomerang. Then the karma is actually a boomerang. Whatever you do, he back to you back. So please try to be a good human and from mankind to humankind to build our nation, our humans, which we are one in all. We are the people who care about our future generation. The country is depend on the leaders who's bringing towards to the religious. Any issues in religions then can cause unpeace. We are not in peace. So please, we work together as a family. We pray together as a family, no matter what faith we are come from, and we will be attached together and we grow this globe, which is already been here for millions of years. And we as a human, we should put this faith in front, not at the back of the screen. We should bring this towards to our children, not to the adults in the house. Don't call the old people come to the front. Better to call the younger generation from the primary school, kindergartens. We have to put all this messages to them. We must show them the guidelines, not to wait and until they reach to the teenagers where you cannot control them. This is what's going on. So most of these religious thing, we have to start, grassroots is from home. 2 years old, please teach them what is the respect towards the adults. You are 10 years old, you must know how to respect your parents. You are 12 years old, must know how to respect your friends. You are 15 years old, you must respect the girl beside you as your own family member. When you are 22, if you are getting married, you are tying up then you must understand that you are 100%, you have to respect your wife's word. Because it's not mother. Mother is a form of woman. So mother, we call the Bhumi is the mother. So we need that compassion from her. Then only when we go out, we have the peaceful mind. Otherwise, we back home, you have many things to answer for. Okay. Anyway, I feel very happy to have a good dialogue and sessions over here. And I have another one more program because we are running for 3 months our Tirumurai Villa for Malacca State, which is one of the spiritual one. Every school, students are involved. So for the 21 Tamil school in Malacca State, so now today we are having a 210 students are participating into the receipt of our Tirumurai Tiruvilla. So I have to be there as a chairman, I have to officiate, and as a closing ceremony, prize giving. Please excuse me on this, and thank you, thank you, thank you. Vanakkam.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your sharing and also some advice from the heart, which is very relevant. And you are excused. I thought you were going to join the monks for lunch. They have left. They have left us. Thank you. Okay, we shall continue with Father Lionel. Okay, the two questions are, how can Christian teachings on love and service influence individual actions and community initiatives aimed at fostering sustainable peace and human flourishing globally? Second question, what are some practical ways that Christian communities can work with other faiths to deepen bonds and promote collective efforts for social justice and harmony?
Thank you, Dr. Ami. So we all have a creator. We are all creatures. And therefore, I'll just address all of you as my brothers and sisters. Okay? I think that's easier that way. And we are all made in the image and likeness of God. I see goodness and holiness in each and every one of you. I feel the peace. I feel the joy. There's good vibes here. I feel so blessed to be here, to see my Muslim brothers and sisters here, my Taoist brothers and sisters, my Hindu brothers and sisters, my Buddhist brothers and sisters, and all of you. Basically, it just shows how beautiful our country, Malaysia, is. Being a Malaysian, I'm proud to be Malaysian. Growing up in a town like Malacca, where you're exposed to all the religions, you walk along Jonker, you will see the Masjid Kampung Kling. You will see the Cheng Hun Teng Temple. You will see the Buddhist temple. Walk down the road, you hear St. Francis Xavier Church, the clash, ding dong, the whole Malacca town can hear. And then you walk Christ Church, you see the Protestant church. And then likewise, you hear the Buddhist the Hindu temple in Gajah Berang. You know, the temple bells are ringing again. You just feel so good. I remember when I was a young teenager, staying in Bukit Katil, it was a new housing estate. And you know, when it's a new housing estate, you hear a lot of horror stories. Okay, this place is haunted. You'll see some funny thing flying at night, or burning ball of fire or flames. So I have to take my dog out at 6 o'clock in the morning. But as soon as I hear the imam praying at the mosque next door, I feel so safe. I know no harm, no danger, no evil will come close to me. And that is the beauty of it all. And when I see a Buddhist monk, when I go to Singapore, and he's in the MRT station, and he's in the MRT station right next to me, when I sit next to him, I'm just very silent because I feel this man in his simple attire radiates peace, love, and humility. I feel so good. And I can speak likewise for all the other religions as well. Now, simply put, how can Christian teachings on love and service influence individual actions? I'll quote the words of Jesus Christ himself. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me water to drink. When I was sick, you took care of me. When I was in prison, you visited me. When I was a stranger, you welcomed me. And then we'll say, Lord, Lord, when did we do any of this to you? We don't recall doing this. Well. Whatever you have done to the least of this, you have done it unto me, says the Lord. And that is why in Catholicism, when we speak about love, we want to speak about love incarnate, love in the flesh. Not just some big, huge quotations from the Bible and words up there that we remember and we memorize and quote scripture, but we do not put that love into action. That is very important, putting love into action. So let me give some very simple examples. First and foremost, being a Malaccan, I'm proud to be a kampong guy. You know, I'm very honored to be a kampong old man now. I'm sorry. Now, when I was, many years ago, I worked as a cabin crew. I was with Malaysian Airlines for 3 years. And then after that, I was a cabin crew, a flight with Singapore Airlines for about 12 years. Now, I stayed with a Muslim family in Subang Jaya, SS18/4E number 33. I remember clearly, okay? Now, Makcik Wan Samsia and Uncle Ibrahim, they had their children. I had to share a room with Mazilan, who works with Maybank. He was a bank officer or bank manager. Now, staying with a Muslim family for the first time was really amazing because we shared a lot of love, respect for one another. One example, it was on Friday, and Makcik Wan Samsia was lying down on the sofa, and then I told her, Makcik, tak nak angkat tika sembahyang tu, tak nak pergi masjid nak sembahyang ke? You don't want to take the praying mat and go to the mosque and pray. Then she told the husband, tengok bang, budak Melaka ni besar mulut dia. Nak ajak kita pergi sembahyang pula. Yalah, sekejap lagi saya pergi. Tahu juga. When Sunday came, she said to me, I can hear the church bells ringing. You better go to church. And we burst out laughing. You know, and that was that unity and love in action for one another in its most simplest, in a very simple form. And that's when we show love in action. So when they are fasting during the fasting month, they will actually wait for me to join them in the breaking of the fast. And then I'll be a little bit late. And she said, look at this young man. He doesn't fast, but we have to wait for him. So I'll say, tak apalah makcik, you puasa on my behalf lah. Come. So we wait for the imam, that they'll hit like a gong like that in the mosque, and that's when they book up puasa, you know. And there'll be a lot of food, and I'll be enjoying myself. So when I fly to Jeddah, we have like 5 days stay in the holy city. So for the Muslims, they'll do the Umrah. So for the non-Muslims, we'll stay back in Jeddah, and the hotel will organize for some barbecue along the Red Sea. Now, what I would do is I'll tell my Muslim friends, bring me back air Zamzam. And she said, why on earth you need air Zamzam? You're a Catholic. I said, I'm staying with a Muslim family, and I know it will mean a lot to her. So I'll bring back like 5 liters of Zamzam water back to KL and share with all my Muslim neighbors, and I could see the joy. And as they look at the crucifix, the cross on my shirt, and they said, thank you so much. Do you know how much it means to me? And when I go to Karachi in Pakistan, I go to Zainab Market. I will buy the beads, you know, it's called tasbir. And for us Catholics, what we have, another version of it, we call it the rosary. And that's where we pray. So I'll buy this onyx tasbir and give it to Kak Wan Samsia and her family and all my Muslim neighbors. And it would touch them so much. Love in action in a simple way. Now, when I'm flying during the Raya months, she will pack her cookies and all the Hari Raya delicacies, and she'll say, Kampung boy, kuih-kuih dah masuk dalam kamu punya bag. Jangan lupa nak makan, nanti dah berlapuk kamu bawa ke KL. I said, don't worry, I'll make sure I'll eat it. And there was love. She's now already 89, and I still call her and speak with her. Her husband, Pakcik Ibrahim, passed away. When I heard, I cried. It was just too painful for me to know that this lovely man who treated me like a son. Now, fast forward in Malacca, there was also, how shall I say, a Muslim family that was a bit poor. And this poor lady had a child. And mommy actually bought some, did some marketing for her. I said, Mom, make sure it's halal, you know. Don't worry, I make sure it's halal. And you cannot use our cookery. You got to, don't worry, boy. I went to the house, I did the cooking for her. And for 1 month confinement, I made sure she had chicken soup and did her vegetables and all that. And about 6 years later, when they moved out, she came with the child, carrying the child. She said, say hello to grandma. Apa khabar, grandma? You know? And I said, Mommy, that's the lady. And now she's got a beautiful car. And she hold my mother's hand and she said, I will never forget your love in its very simple form. So, you know, St. Francis of Assisi is a very powerful saint, you know, because I'm going to go into question number 2. What are some practical ways that Christian communities can work with other faiths to deepen bonds? You know, the fact that all of us here are under one roof. I see my Muslim brothers, my Taoist brothers, a beautiful monk, and Dr. Ami has been singing praises about him. I felt a bit jealous, you know, just now. No, I'm just joking. You know, and it's with such great humility, and he spoke so much kindness, and he used the word, my master. And that really impressed me. I will end with this, basically. What are some practical? So St. Francis of Assisi, he tried to go and preach to the Muslims, you know, and he realized that was not the right thing to do, because instead of proselytizing, there were better things to do. And this is what he said, principles for dialogue. He, St. Francis of Assisi, said, instructed his followers to avoid arguments or disputes. Sow peace, sow love, and you will reap the beauty of it. He also spoke about visible witness. He told the Catholics to live out their faith through actions and humility. Humility comes from the etymology of the word humus, which means dust, dirt. Don't we all come from dust? Let us learn to be humble and express our love and actions with humility. Finally, he also advised them to live peacefully among those of other faith and submit to local customs with love and charity. A Malaysian living in a beautiful city like Malaysia, a beautiful country like Malaysia, in beautiful races, beautiful religions, let us learn to respect one another. Let us see the beauty in each other religion. What are we advocating here in this hall today? Peace, love, respect, and mutual understanding. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Lionel. You know, in many of our holy books or scriptures, the lessons are told through stories and parables, right? And today, Father Lionel is telling us a lot of first-hand stories, and we can relate with his sharing, because nothing like real life experience. You can talk of the theory about love, compassion, and all that, but in the end, it's whether you walk the talk. And Father Lionel obviously walked the talk. Yeah. I really enjoyed the way you just speak from your heart. I want to show Father Lionel something. This is a photo of my late godfather, whether you know him or not.
Archbishop Cardinal Soter Fernandez. Oh, so beautiful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he was my godfather. The first Catholic cardinal from Malaysia. He was my late godfather. Yeah.
One day, 1 minute, I promise you, okay? Don't need to show the 00 on it, okay? One day, I was in the MRT again in Singapore. And then this kakak came in with a tudung. And she looked at me, because I wore my jubah, my white cassock, and I didn't wear my cross that day. And she said, tak ada, dia cakap, Haji Zainal. I said, she got something right, because my name is Lionel, and he rhymes with Zainal, you know. I said, bukan, saya bukan Haji Zainal, kak. Oh, okay, oh, minta maaf. So I felt like, when I wear this, they tend to think I'm an imam, or, you know, but I felt so proud. I felt so proud to wear this and to walk in town. I felt like we are family, you know, we are one, you know, so beautiful. Sorry, I cut short again. Dah masuk dah.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we move to Master Lee. The questions for the Taoist panelists will be, from a Taoist perspective, how does the concept of Wu Wei, right, non-action or effortless action, apply to individual actions that can lead to broader societal harmony and peace? Second question, how can the Taoist understanding of balance and harmony inform collective efforts to address global challenge and promote sustainable flourishing for all?
Okay, good morning, respected religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, a big thank you to Mahan's invitation to have me on this stage today. So Wu Wei, maybe it sounds new for many audience here. Basically, one of the closer interpretation is to do without an intention. So a lot of us today, the modern society stress, we are full of different KPIs. But when we are having a discussion like this, basically we can relate Wu Wei in terms of like to do good, to cultivate something without consistently having the thought about it. Yeah, so it will help us to be more relaxed. And also there's another core value in Taoism, which is follow the nature. Yeah, so this explains how we relate Wu Wei in our daily life. So we'll talk about a little bit more about the yin and yang. Yeah, so a lot of us know that Taoism, we always like to relate things to yin and yang. So when we come to this forum, where we discuss about harmony, interfaith, it reminds me of a verse in Tao Te Ching. All things carry the shade of yin and the light of yang, and in their union, harmony unfolds. Yeah, so in Taoist philosophy, harmony does not mean that everyone becoming the same. Yin and yang are different, day and night are different. The mountain and the river are different too. Yet, precisely due to the differences, that balance create a harmony among everything. So this perhaps is the most important lesson that Taoism can offer to the multiracial and multi-religious society. And Singapore and Malaysia are both blessed with diversity. We live among people who pray differently, who speak different language, celebrate different festivals, and some with different cultural tradition. Yet the Taoist approach is not to erase the differences, but to appreciate them. Harmony is not uniformity. Harmony is the ability of different people to live together with mutual respect. So another passage of Tao Te Ching that many people may recognize, famously quoted by Bruce Lee, is be like water. So water nourishes all things without competing with them. It adapts, it flows, and it benefits without seeking recognition. So the spirit of humility and accommodation is deeply relevant to interfaith relation today. In Taoism, we believe sincerity is the foundation of all human relationship. I just add on a little bit. So I first known this emblem many years ago. I think when Mahans was first formed, because I'm originated from a nearby town. So Chen, or sincerity, is the first character in this emblem. So that's the similarities that we share. So I go back to my story. So nearly 1,700 years ago, the Taoist Grandmaster Ge Hong, or also known as Bao Puzi, taught that sincerity and integrity are amongst the most important virtues a person should cultivate. So when we approach others with sincerity, respect naturally flows. When respect exists, trust can grow. And when trust grows, harmony becomes possible. So in Singapore, religious harmony is not something we take for granted. It is something that we consciously cultivate. So in the past in Singapore, we have a lot of non-government organizations that regularly organize interfaith dialogues for us to understand more about the interfaith practices. There's a series of talk called COCS, Common Spaces and Common Sense for Common Spaces, which is very interesting because we talk about in terms of practice, fasting, in terms of colors, in terms of sense as well. So all this bring religious people from different community to be together. And beyond law and policy, harmony is built from everyday action. For Taoist community, this means that during our religious practice, we conduct those religious practice responsibly, and with consideration for others. It means that we share common spaces with neighbors of different belief, and harmony begins when consideration for others become part of our daily practice. Social cohesion is something very important in interfaith as well. So across Singapore, we can see many organizations from different religious backgrounds actually organize the welfare, charitable good works for people, regardless of their background, regardless of their religion, and also racial background. So such initiatives remind us that compassion has no religious boundary. When we serve others, we discover that humanity is larger than our differences. The Tao Te Ching says, the more one gives of oneself to others, the more one possesses. The more one shares, the more one is enriched. So in an age of rapid technology advancement, we are connected than ever before. Yet, many of us feel that we are increasingly isolated. So today, a person can spend hours talking to artificial intelligence, AI, scrolling through social media, or living within a digital world curated by algorithm. Yet, invisible walls can slowly form around the human heart. When I first received the invitation for today, I immediately said yes, and I'm very glad to attend. Because I believe gathering like this are important. So every conversation across faith remove a brick from those invisible walls. And every act of listening create a bridge. And every friendship formed here today makes our society a little bit stronger tomorrow. So at the same time, I like to just go back to the few points. I think harmony, Taoism perspective, harmony doesn't require us to think alike, and harmony does not require us to worship alike. Harmony only requires us to recognize our shared humanity. So in the world where division often speaks loudly, perhaps our shared responsibility as religious communities is to speak even louder through compassion, understanding, and service. May we continue to build the bridges instead of walls, and may we continue to seek understanding instead of suspicion. And may we continue to prove that diversity is not a weakness, but one of the God's and heaven's greatest gift to humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the sharing. Sometimes in trying to do good, we think we have to do a lot of actions. You have to do this. From your concept of Wu Wei, maybe we should stay grounded first and reflect first on why things are happening and what to do before we jump into action. Is there some way of understanding what you were talking about Wu Wei?
Sleep.
Okay, great. A little bit of sharing. I have been practicing Qigong for almost 30 years. And before we start the exercises, to get the qi moving and flowing, there is Wu Qi or Wu Ji, right? Standing in stillness, right? In preparation first, like we don't jump into the exercise. So something similar in
it's an extent of Wu Wei. So all these are the core values of Taoism.
Yeah.
So and then it extends into our daily practices, which include Qigong. Yeah.
Thank you. A lot of surprises, huh? You got a surprise. Okay. Last but not least, I always leave the most beautiful of the panelists last. In the interfaith, among the interfaith, you are so beautiful. Don't worry. Among the interfaith panelists, Ms. Chang, yeah, we will represent the Baha'i perspective.
Testing. So I thought it was ladies first, but it's okay. Yeah, I wonder if we need to do Qigong now because to get the energy flowing with the audience after all the sharing. Are you all with us still? Yeah. Okay. So the questions I got was before that. So thank you to the Pure Land Amitabha Group Malaysia, Buddhist Ministry Society of Malaysia, Malaysian Han Studies for inviting me to share at this forum. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. So the questions that was posed to me, the Baha'i faith is actually, how does the Baha'i emphasis on oneness of humanity?
Apologies, I didn't read your question because I was besotted by your beauty. Okay, they need to know the questions. Okay, apologies, yeah. Okay, the questions are, how does the Baha'i emphasis on the oneness of humanity influence, sorry, influence the approach to creating a unified global community committed to sustainable peace and harmony? Number two, in what ways can Baha'i principles of justice and equity guide individuals and communities in their efforts to flourish together and foster global collaboration? Okay. Restart the timekeeper.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the principle of the oneness of humanity or humankind is a central principle of the Baha'i faith. And actually, I feel like I'm going to be echoing or recapping a few points that's already been shared since this morning. And just to test the audience, there's a term that was used 3 times today already that reflects the principle of the oneness of humanity. Anybody know what that term is? Starts with human. 3 times today mentioned. Want to guess? Love? Love for who? Okay, no, it's okay. So then the principle of the oneness of humankind actually doesn't mean that all of us have to be the same or we have to like conform to each other, but rather it gives the narrative that we're one human family. So one human family is a phrase that has been repeated a few times today. And so beautifully shared. And it actually calls us to embrace the diversity of the human race. So in this room, we see like so many beautiful faces and souls. So, and I think also the friends have been sharing about how we see each other and we're brothers and sisters, like we are already one human family, even though we come from different countries, different cultures and faith. So this reflects the principle of the oneness. However, I think that's still the challenge of like people thinking, or like how then do we actually embrace the differences? Like, and I think there are some examples already being given. And Baha'u'llah, the Prophet founder of the Baha'i faith, it gave the analogy of the human body as well to reflect this principle of oneness. So in the human body, we have different cells, different tissues, different organs. They all have their own unique identity and they function differently. They don't have to like, I mean, we can't function if we only have one cell, right? So then, even though they're different and they function differently, but they all carry out their functions collectively and collaboratively for the well-being of each other, so that they serve a bigger purpose, which is actually the well-being of the human body. So then this analogy kind of gives us an idea of how we can actually function as individuals, communities, and institutions that actually embrace this diversity, that we can actually create unity when we have actually collective aspirations and goals and purpose. And I think it's already been shared also earlier. So when we see everyone as a human family member, we see everyone as being able to contribute to the well-being of society. And so then we need to start thinking about how can we create systems, environments that will ensure that every one of us thrives, so that we can be like meaningful contributors to society. And so this principle also illuminates how difference or diversity is a strength and resource, and that cohesive and just societies can be achieved when we have a shared identity, purpose, and aspiration. So the shared identity is like human beings. And what gives us the shared identity is the role that religion can play. So religion actually tells us what is our true identity and higher purpose. So the following quote from Baha'i faith sheds light on our shared identity and purpose. So the quote goes, "The purpose for which mortal men have, from utter nothingness, stepped into the realm of being is that they may work for the betterment of the world and live together in concord and harmony." So based on this principle and understanding this is our shared identity and purpose, Baha'is around the world in most unassuming settings, villages, towns, and cities, are striving to establish a pattern of activity and corresponding administrative structures that embody the principle of the oneness of humankind and the convictions underpinning it. So yeah, there's some slides. So if you could show the next photo. So the slides will show some photos of the activities happening. And you can see, so these activities are happening around the world, so not just in Singapore. And it's happening in unassuming settings like your neighborhood, your villages. So in terms of principles of justice and equity, so these are inherent convictions within the principle of the oneness of humankind. When we acknowledge that we are all one human family, we are called to eliminate prejudice in all its forms and to take on a responsibility towards each other's welfare. So then we'll be inclined to create social structures, environments, relationships where every human being is able to thrive and achieve their God-given potentials and capacities. This also shapes our relationship and how we interact with the natural world and utilize the Earth's resources. So it's not just a competition, but really to think how we use them to preserve and also to ensure that everybody has enough. Next slide, please. Yeah. So then, I mean, when you see like there's a lot of injustices, and I think in Prof. Kamar's speech, which she didn't get to share this morning, I think she mentioned like, you know, the world, you can see it's very, sometimes it's quite disheartening. Like you can see there's injustices. So how can we actually build justice? And even though we have maybe people who, or even like policymakers don't seem to be able to actually ensure justice in society, but actually it's not all hopeless. So actually the justice, to acknowledge that the necessity of justice in society is not enough. We need to examine how justice can be embraced and reflected in our daily conduct, reshape social norms, and find collective expressions in communities and institutions. So these are some of the questions that we are actually exploring or learning how to nurture and build in the neighborhoods. Is, for example, how do we bring people of different backgrounds together in an environment that fosters higher degrees of unity of thought, action, and common purpose? How do we administer the affairs of a community in a way that reduces distinction or privilege? How do we create harmonious dynamics within the family unit without instilling a feeling of estrangement and competition towards an illusory other? And how do we make it possible for decision-making to benefit from a diversity of perspective through a consultative process? So fundamentally, justice is a moral and spiritual capacity. We all have it in us. And so then we need to think of how education, through incorporating knowledge from both science and religion, allow for both material and spiritual development, and for the development of justice, and that will contribute for us to practice justice in the functioning of society. So I think some of the panelists already shared also these are small actions that we can do as individuals. So we're not powerless, yeah, that we can actually strive to bring about justice and equity. Next slide, please. So for the Baha'is, we have a distant learning educational program called the Baha'i Training Institute. And this is a global program that aims to instill in participants a sense of twofold purpose. So one is to attend their spiritual and intellectual growth, and also to contribute to the well-being and progress of society. The grassroots program, tailored for all ages, includes classes of spiritual education for children, Junior Spiritual Empowerment Program, and the Ruhi Institute courses. Next slide, please. So all these programs for the different ages serve to help develop these capacities, the spiritual capacities such as justice, and also try to develop intellectual thinking skills so that we are able to discern for ourselves. I think in this age, we really need to be able to have the capacity to tell truth and right from wrong. So then service and capacity building are the organizing principles of the educational program. In a spirit of learning through action and service to others in the neighborhood settings, participants build intellectual capacities and moral values that will enable them to encounter the negative forces of society foster sincere relationships within family and with their neighbors, come together to pray regardless of one's faith, culture, and background, create supportive environments to help youth navigate a crucial stage of their lives and become empowered to direct their energies towards contributing meaningfully to society, and to learn to consult and collaborate to address local social challenges faced. So through these endeavors, we are learning what it takes to build harmonious, trusting, and resilient communities. Communities built on strong spiritual foundations that reflect the ideals associated with the inherent oneness of humanity. So I didn't see the timekeeper. Do I have time left? No more. Can I just share examples? Okay, so in Singapore, Singapore is very busy, and like we always hear the phrase like not enough time. So, but through these educational activities, and this is an example from Orchard Road. I don't know if anybody knows Orchard Road. So it's a city and like shopping malls and everything, very materialistic and fast-paced. But even then, like within this neighborhood, we have activities within 3 condominiums, and we're working with like 60 families there. So there are some stories of like through how education can create transformation, and how like within a small pocket of society, you can see change starting to form starting from within your own family unit. So through the educational programs, the transformation we see, the participants reflected like, so one of the teaching is backbiting is not good. I think it's all in all religions, right? So then the wife kind of thinks, oh yeah, I shouldn't backbite. I mean, this is not a gender thing, okay? So then like when the couple in the family start to quarrel, they say, oh yeah, I shouldn't think badly about the other person. So just the spiritual teaching is changing the family dynamics. It starts from the family to have justice and well-being and unity. And then the other one is about bullying. And I'm not sure about Malaysia, but I think bullying is a hot topic in Singapore schools. There is bullying happening. So there was I think 2 bullying incidents that happened to the youth or like junior youth, 12 to 15 of this group. But that bullying happened in school. So when they approached the teacher, the counselor, they said, just ignore. Like, yeah, because they talked about it, but they didn't solve the problem. But because one of the girls actually attended the program that actually teaches about our nobility, that we see each of us as noble and like human family. So then her and her mother was like, okay, maybe their misunderstandings, we just invite them to like talk about it or extend an invitation. And now they're friends and they're both part of the program. So yeah, I think religion teaches us like to see the other human being as a person, the humanity in that person, and then how can we make effort to bridge that and create unity and prosperity for everybody. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the sharing. The Baha'i religion is the youngest of the religions compared to the others represented here, with oldest being the Hinduism, and then Buddhism, Taoism, and then Christianity, but 2,000 years ago, Buddhism, 2005, Taoism, more than 2,000 years ago, right? Yeah. So among the older religions, and Islam is the youngest, Islam is about not even 1,500 years yet, yeah? Then we don't have the Sikh in the panel, even though we tried very hard to get a Sikh speaker. So the Sikh religion is in the 15th century, all right? And then the Baha'i religion formalized in what, 1863, something like that. So it's already in the modern age, yeah? So then we can expect a modern approach to many of life's questions, whereas the other religions, have come from ancient times. We certainly have a different kind of thinking in the past, but of course, the followers and the practitioners now have come out with interpretations and practices to fit the modern times. Yeah, I'm not saying that all the other religions are obsolete. I'm saying that, yeah, the fact that we have thousands of years of history, but the newer religions like Baha'i, 1863, now it's only 2026, right? Not even 200 years yet. right? Yeah. So it's a new modern religion. So you should expect a different approach to many things, and even in the attire. Right, usually all those established the older religions, you can see the leaders or the inverted comma the pious ones among them. You can look at the attire; they will have some distinct attire. But among the Baha'is, correct me if I'm wrong, that they all just wear modern clothing. That's because I have mixed with a lot of Baha'is, and they all have modern clothing. Am I right?
Yeah, I guess for important events, sometimes they do wear the traditional, outfits. So then, I mean, for Singapore, we have.
Traditional
Yeah,
according to your own cultures.
Yeah.
You're right. There's no Baha'i traditional wear. No, right. But when you see a Taoist, you know it's a Taoist. You see a Buddhist monk, you know. You see a Catholic priest, you know. You see a Muslim imam, you know. All right. So it's a young modern religion with young modern proposals to solutions on how we should see things. And as I stated in the beginning, our purpose is to learn from all the different religions, all right? Pick up the ones that are good that we can apply to our own selves. At the same time, we learn a lot more about others. Okay, last but not least, now we have the most grooviest and handsome man on the panel. Mr. Hanif, and he will share on the Toowoomba Interfaith Working Group Model. Yeah, Toowoomba Interfaith Working Group Model. Is that right? Okay, so I'm not going to impose a time limit on you, but they will because they're hungry.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To my Muslim brothers and sisters and to the rest, salam sejahtera. And do I also say salam madani? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Farid. Dr. Farid, you are by profession a medical doctor. Am I right?
Yes, I wanted. Okay, another surprise. I'm a medical doctor. I'm a retired gynecologist. I used to deliver babies.
So what I'm saying that, so you will administer a lot of compassion, understanding, patient. All right, but that's what I'm here is to share with you some, the main topic is about, we term it as the echo of pace. But I'm here also to be very inspired and very sort of feel very good because one of the things that I want to give credit to is Dr. Professor Onya. Some of you may not know that she in a small way helped me a lot in Singapore, and she gave me some of her books to read. But of course, I won't tell her whether I read all the books because I'm not the student. But she encourages me a lot, and she put in some words that raise the quality of that Harmony Center in Singapore, because she came down to give talks, meet the people, etc. Thank you very much, Dr. Onya. And I'm also encouraged with the presence of Venerable Chengde, whom I know, as you said. Now, why, you're saying why, I don't know what's the reason, but I'm a Muslim. So I met the Master in 2008, and I don't know why he wanted me to follow him. And I think that's where we all met in Vatican and all that. And okay, I'll be a follower, I say, but I'm a Muslim, So, and he wanted me to set up the center. This is a center that I set up. So what you're going to see here is a quick sharing because of time constraint. And also is part of his vision of promoting Toowoomba into a model city of peace and harmony. Now, the works you see here is much of his brainchild. And also, it's not my work, but the work of the people up there who are my friends up there, because they are the delegates I brought along, Mr. Vernon there, and also Kamaljit, and the two young girls there. I think one of them will be presenting. That is Carrie and Fatime. Fatime is from Iran, an Afghan refugee. But fantastic, she is today the secretary of the Toowoomba Interfaith Working Group. She decides, and like I say, why Master Ching Kung asked me to join him, maybe I can't answer you, but I feel quite safe. You ask Venerable Cheng De. Okay, now a little bit about Toowoomba. Toowoomba is unique in the sense it is a United Nations refugee welcome zone. So you can imagine the couple of the people that we have. You name which part of the world that's been fighting everywhere, they're all there. All right. And uniquely, for example, in one school itself, there are 26 languages spoken in a day. So this is the reality of Toowoomba. No? So all kind of people, all walks, refugees, people come with trauma, people come with pain, they're all settled in Toowoomba. And I think that's where the master picks Toowoomba as the city as to promote, as opposed to other cities that they offered him. Now, so how do we start? Briefly, we start off in a very simple, what we call friendship dinner. He wanted them, the friendship dinner is generally, what he did was organize a dinner every Saturday, bring people together, sit down, and then, have a meal, talk to each other. The whole idea is to create a safe place to converse and say that you're okay, you're all right to be a Sudanese, you're all right to be an Afghan, you're okay to be from the Sinhalese, from the Sri Lankas, etc. Just to bring together, work together, sit down. And then that from there, the trust emerge. The trust emerge, and then that's where the center sort of come into being, that he feels that you need a center that has to coordinate all, because these are all people that are volunteers, they don't have the time, and that's where he wanted this multi-faith and multicultural center set up. And that he's thinking. And one of the things that, I was fortunate, I was quite close to him to some extent, if I can be a bit cheeky. Sometimes I got some problem. He says, hey, you don't be stingy, you know. Or you have to treat people. And I say, so for me, so a little bit cheeky that way, you know. So you always joke with me. So we started off this with what we call, we need a strategic roadmap to give you some kind of a direction, you know. So we have a strategic roadmap that you can see is flashed up there to give you the mission, and partly is to strengthen the religious and social harmony through greater appreciation of diversity in faith, practices, belief across the multicultural community. We use a lot of words like strongly multiculturalism in Australia because of the diversity. Like I said, there's in Toowoomba itself, there's no less than 50 ethnicity. So you can imagine, you just tell me, I can tell you they are there. All right, with the latest influx of Yazidi, I think you all know the Yazidi, right? There are 8,000 of them in Toowoomba. 8,000, they all come there, you know. Now, and we have also a tagline. We have a tagline. This is, I wish I can follow Professor Onia, your Malaysian tagline, that saya anak Malaysia. But we have our own tagline, everyone matters. And then we have the secretariat, and also, like I say, we have the Toowoomba Interfaith Working Group. Now, this Toowoomba Interfaith Working Group that you can see, that is the one that is the brainchild of the master. Now, it's today represented by 27 denominators. All right. So, in fact, even the Christian groups, Father Lionel, we have almost everyone there, including the Mormons, the Lutherans, Christadelphians. It's all represented in there. And then our programs are all ground initiated. All right. The secretariat doesn't decide the program for them, because it has to be grounds up and owned by them. Because if you own the program, then you are telling them what to do, because it's not that you don't understand their needs, what are their fears, what are their concerns, what exactly they want to address. So we use the 4 cardinal principles that he has: the principles of sharing, the principles of kind words, principles of beneficial act, and also cooperation. Right? So these are the 4 cardinal guidelines that he gave us, that he wanted us to sort of share and run the programs. So we are fortunate, as I said, we are very fortunate in a lot of ways, that guided by responsible sort of leadership, and we have the various committees to address. For example, we have the Toowoomba Interfaith Working Group about religious issue. We have the Goodwill Committee to look into the community matters. We have the Garabol Committee to look into the First Nation issues. We have the Toowoomba Youth Peace Group to look into the youth, and we have the Toowoomba Peace Group to look into the peace. Thank you, but I got permission from the doctor to speak a little bit longer. Because he wants to know what my signals are. So I'll go quickly with you there, all right? Now, let me share with you, okay, quickly, some positive outcomes of what we are doing. Again, we are constrained. We are vaccinated as a safe city in May 2018. And then there is a research now undertaken, previously taken by Deakin University, found out that Toowoomba is the only place that has got a functional and working sort of interfaith group in the region, because the others are there, but I don't know, probably they have their own issues. Maybe we are fortunate because we have a secretariat to support them. So that sort of get things done, you know. And then we have also a student from Harvard who came down to wanted to know more, and then on attachment on the study. And we're the finalists of the 2018 Queensland Multicultural kind of award. And then we also inspired 2 other suburbs to set up similar thing. And then we have the publication of the 360 scriptures of that's the one, the 316 main religion, which is available. I think it's here also in Malaysia. We also have a book on the 360 words of wisdom. And the beauty of what we have is we have the acceptance of a common prayer that is said during Australia Day common function. That means all the faith religious leaders stood up and said that common prayer. And this common prayer is designed by them, developed by them. In fact, one of the founders for this common prayer, she's at the back, she's Kem Atwal. She's from the Sikh community. She's one of those who formed this committee to work on that. And then, and we have a radio program that has been started since into the 8th year. Thank you, Father. And we have already 600 recordings of faith, beliefs, practices, customs, etc., across all religion and across all culture. It is inside our website. It is safe, and then you can always go into the website to look at the past series. So we have already done 600 sort of a recording there. And then we also have an advisory body that I think there's one person here who's quite familiar. He's the CEO of Vaccine. Where is he? Oh, he has disappeared. Okay, he's in the board of... Oh, there. Oh, Jamal, I say you are in the board of advisor. Are you still in the board? Oh, okay. So we have Jamal, Professor Hoon, Professor Michael, and Professor Felice Chu. And also, we are fortunate that we don't work alone. We are supported by 16 working partners. I mean, you get to work with them. So they help you. They help you to formulate the program. They'll tell you what could be done better, you know, and they sort of, I won't say scrutinize, but they laid out the thing and they look through the draft and then they'll tell you, okay, this is okay to go. So we are very fortunate, and even more fortunate in 2025, we were designated as the International City of Peace. All right, so this is the award we got 2025 in August, and that's there we have the mayor and the chairman of the board of the International of Peace with us there, so to give us the award. And then finally, it's just to show that what we are trying to do is we are trying to leave the legacy of the Master Ching Kung alive, because it is brainchild. Now, if you look at this picture, it means a lot, because for the very first time, Toowoomba, with due respect, Father, Toowoomba used to be a very evangelist state, you know, very evangelist, because you know the older Australians, you know that, huh? So, but things have changed. Things have changed after we set up. And you look at that picture, That is for the very first time, they invited a Buddhist monk to speak about Buddhism in a church. All right. So, and that is one of the main church. It's it's a Anglican church. All right. So that generally sums up what I want to say. Of course, we don't stop there. We have the next step is to review some of our programs and activities. We are working into podcasts, and then we have our youth ambassador program, training program coming up, and then the voices, the young voices, and finally, we managed to convince the University of Singapore, University of Social Science, and also UniSU to combine, to work together and come out on the research on diversity and religious diversity and multiculturalism, the Toowoomba story. So that's going to be a research program. It'll be about 2 years. So we are gifted in the sense that they're willing to take it up to get, because you still need the academics, right, Prof? We need the academics to give you the insight, the broader things that you may not. So this generally little sharing about Toowoomba. So I hope that will give you some insight into what we are doing. And as I said, all credit goes to the Venerable Master Cheng Kung, as much as Prof, you met him, but I'm privileged to be working directly under him. Of course, Dr. Amir knows him. We travel together, right? And then, so that's the beauty. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you for listening. And the two girls, sorry, I took a bit of your time. But you won't go against the doctor, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I think now you have to give applause for all of them. So let's hope that after we've got from them the wisdom that they shared and the experiences that they shared, that we all richer in our perspective about interfaith harmony and relationship, and that this work continues, right? It doesn't end here, right? All of us who are convinced that we need to live in peace and harmony and love one another, we should continue to promote these values that we learned today in our lives, in our families, in our neighborhood, and support similar programs whenever they are held. It's very important. It's very important. Often I'm asked, why are you always speaking to the converted? Meaning the people who come are already the ones who already see the importance of good interfaith harmony. I share with you, many years back, I was at an interfaith conference, at interfaith gathering in Taiping, at a hotel. At the car park, then I met someone who was from my area in Taman Malawati, Kuala Lumpur. He said, "Hey, doctor, what are you doing here?" I said, "I'm attending an interfaith program." You know what I said? He told me, he said, "Doctor, why are you wasting your time? Just convert all of them to become Muslim, problem solved," he said. You see, the kind of mentality which convinced me why I have to do a lot more of this. I will never stop promoting interfaith harmony. Life is not as simple as that. Okay, so thank you very much once again, and I pass over to the handsome MC.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Amir and panelists. Let's give him a big round of applause. Okay, the organizers love to take photographs, so please remain on stage. But we also have a certificate to give to Brother Lionel, Father Lionel, which he was not here just now to receive. Brother Alex will hand to Father Lionel. Okay, can we stand to take a group photograph with all the media? Yeah, group photograph. Yeah, right. Thank you, Doctor, and all panelists. Thank you so much. Please return to your seats. Can we have the podium up for the final speech? The closing speech will be offered by Sister Piling. Can we have the podium up? While waiting for the podium, a lot of people ask, who is Sister Piling? Lo Piling, also known as Sister Piling, holds a law degree from the University of London and a master's in business finance from University of Hull. She has been very active in Buddhist Missionary Society for over 20 years, serving in various leadership roles. She's currently the 7th term president, 7 times, of BMSM, and is notably the first female president in the organization's 50 years history. Not only is she president of BMSM, she's also the chairman, Standing Committee of Interfaith Dialogue World Fellowship of Buddhists, vice chairman, International Association of Liberal Literate Women, Malaysia chapter, and member of Malaysian Consultative Council of Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Sikhism, and Taoism. Sister Piling, your closing speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? So I equal Father. So I say, respected religious leader, brothers and sisters, good morning. Selamat sejahtera. As we come to the close of this profoundly meaningful event, I would like to take a moment to reflect on how this journey began. Following the interfaith dialogue held in Taiwan last year during the 3rd memorial of the late Master Ching Kong, I know Tuan Haji, Jamal, we were there. Are you still here? Oh, dekat sana, all right. Then at the advice of Madam Alice, even though she's not here, through Principal Song, Poland reached out with an inspiring proposal. She invited us to organize an interfaith dialogue in conjunction with the 4th Memorial Year, which beautifully coincides with the centennial anniversary of the late Master Ching Kong. The founder of this Malaysian Han study, Mahans, as well as the 10th anniversary of Mahans. So these milestones are deeply worthy of celebrations. And Principal Song made the invitation impossible to resist. Not only did Mahans offer to host the program, but they also undertook the immense task of organizing this event. As we fondly say, apa lagi mau? Betul tak? What more could we ask for? So I happily agreed lah. Betul tak? This is the bond of today, the 2nd International Interfaith Peace and Harmony Forum. And I express my deepest gratitude to Mahans for making this a reality. Today's forum would not have been possible without the contribution of numerous individuals and organizations, each playing a pivotal role in ensuring our collective success. First and foremost, our heartfelt thanks go to our esteemed guest of honor, the YB minister and his officer are still with us, Puan Intan and the Malacca juga, Cik Penina. His presence truly elevate this event, and his word of wisdom has inspired us all. We are immensely grateful that he carved out his time from his incredibly busy schedule to share his valuable insight with us this morning before rushing to catch his flight back to Kuching this afternoon. And to our keynote speaker, Prof. Dr. Kama Onya, Kakak. Then your thought-provoking address set the perfect tune for our forum. Your expertise and lifelong passion have not only educated us, but also challenged us to think deeply. You don't think for us, but you teach us how to think. And strive for excellence in our respective fields. We are profoundly grateful to you, Prof. A special thanks also go to all our moderator, Dr. Amir, dekat sana, ya, and all our distinguished panelists. Under our Dr. Amir's skillful moderations, your diverse perspective and engaging discussion enrich our understanding and spark truly meaningful conversations. Your willingness to share your vast knowledge and life experience, especially Father, has been incredibly valuable to every one of us present. Thank you, terima kasih. And to all our participants, thank you for your vibrant enthusiasm being here. Your presence and contribution have been the lifeblood of this event. Unfortunately, we don't have time for you to ask questions. Father will be happy, yeah? Yes. But your presence and contribution have been the lifeblood of this event. Again, I said that, I repeat. Doesn't matter, just simply by being an attentive and supportive audience, you play a crucial role in making this forum a success. Betul tak? Betul, yeah. In addition to our two organizer, you always mention Pure Life, Amidaba, Malaysia, Group Malaysia, and BMSN. Actually, today, brother and sister, I want to share with you, there are more than 30 organization present. So I will give me a chance, an opportunity to mention that and share with you who are they in alphabetical order lah. The first one mesti Aksin, Tuan Haji. They are here. And I also noted Angki An Enterprise. Sister Lau, are you here? Still with us? Okay. And then Abim Melaka, Abim KL, Fami. And Baha'i community, they came beramai-ramai. Dr. Irene, you are here? You're there. In your Baha'i group, just stand and wave all the Baha'i. Boleh? And then PK, BAKBIS, Maliga. Puan No, are you still here? Masih dekat sini? She impressed me. Through the Mufti Melaka, I just whispered to her 2 days ago, she already invited more than 20 here. But I think they took leave for makan-makan lah. So, Tuan Haji, remember, go through her. Yeah? And then the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter Days Saints, are you here? Oh, hi, sister, terima kasih. So after, remember to take them different groups and grab Lip M. Sendiam Mahat. Are you here? They are our donor, HSG alumni. Maybe sudah. IIUM, yes, I know. Prof have brought a group of students. Mana? Okay. And Inti Youth Organization. This one, I have 16 Diriba. We have 16 youth from Inti College. They are all Myanmar. From Myanmar, betul tak? Menggelabah. And then we have Minter Cultural from Minter Culture Learning Center from Venerable Minter. And I also have MBA Division Melaka. MBA? Oh, thank you. 谢谢你，感恩。And Taoist Association of Malaysia, Tao Zhang. Thank you for coming all the way from Kuala Lumpur. And I don't know who is SK Pajang, because I study in Sekolah Menengah Tuntua Pajang, Kampung 8. SK Pajang ada sini. Okay, maybe he's too shy. And also Persatuan Banfu, Mr. So, Brother So, Sun. Oh, there. Okay. Thank you for coming from Klang. Klang. As, of course, Sikiayen, Brother Kim Si. Don't forget, 100, more than 100 years old temple dekat Melaka. Yeah. And Sampotong, Brother Kang and your group dekat mana? Brother Kang, Sampotong. 还有在吗？ OK， 站起来。So take his group also, Sampotong, I think about 10 of them for University of Malaya, Persatuan Buddhist UM. Thank you for coming. And University of People USA. I think this is online. I don't know whether he's still here. And 第九届高中班校友，你们还在这里吗？The 9th senior high school alumni. So I don't know whether he's in this. Mr. Lee Wan Yi and your friends. 还有在这里吗？ No. It's okay. The Temple of our Ultimate Bliss of Taiwan. I know they have another function in another temple. Otherwise, we'll be more than 1,000 here. And IMC Singapore. Yes, thank you. He has sponsored all the speakers from Singapore. And World Fellowship of Buddhists, several of us, but represented by our Brother Tai. He is the secretary of the Interfaith Dialogue Standing Committee, working together with me. Once again, thank you to each and every one of you for being here and making this event and overwhelming successful. Just let me say that our working partner and our value host, Mahans, deserve a special mention. Thank you for your warm hospitality and flawless organization. Thank you for providing the beautiful resources and facility that make this event possible and ensuring everything runs seamlessly. I know Japlin Melaka already jatuh cinta dengan tempat ini. Okay, you can talk to them. You're welcome to have your program here. And kalau boleh, I will come. Or anak Melaka, anak Melaka. The working committee and volunteers of Mahan deserve a standing ovation also. Your tireless effort, often very, very often unseen and behind the scenes, has been the backbone of this forum for managing complex logistics to ensuring that every single detail was taken care of. Your hard work and dedication have not gone unnoticed. Thank you for your unwavering commitment and for going above and beyond. And finally, to everyone who has supported us behind the scene through administrative help, technical assistance, or quiet encouragement, we extend our deepest gratitude. Your contribution made a significant impact. In conclusion, this forum has been a beautiful testament to what we can achieve when we come together with a shared vision, mutual respect, and commitment to peace. We look forward to future collaborations and continued success. Last but not least, on behalf of myself and the entire organizing team, I humbly seek your forgiveness for any shortcomings, oversight, or wrongdoing, whether intentionally or unintentionally, that may have occurred through our speech, action, or thought during the course of planning this forum, also organizing your participation. Additionally, we apologize for any lapse or inconveniences caused during the arrangement in invitation coordination. Thank you once again. Wishing all safe travel home. And may peace be with you always.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our morning session. Again, thank you for coming. If you are leaving us, safe travels. Those of you who have registered for the 2 o'clock youth forum, it will be held in the 6th Harmony classroom. After lunch, the volunteers will guide you there. For the VIPs and guests, you are guided into the VIP room for lunch. Okay? And hope to see you next time. Bye-bye.